Well, it does look like that you guys might be able to hear something from me. I'll wait for a response. Great, Alico. Glad you guys can hear me. What we're looking for today is a static fire. They've tried it over and over again here the past few days. There's been weather delays. There's been aborted attempts, all different kinds of things. Hopefully today we'll get a static fire test. That's what we're really hoping for a flight in the next few days. Hopefully another one of those great belly flop maneuvers and a perfect landing this time. For Oski, the video you're seeing here is from LabPadre, one of our sister channels, and they do an excellent job of filming. Ken, we'd love to be able to speak Spanish and all of that. Most of our viewers do not. So it makes confusion in the text a little bit because people have stuff important to say, but others can't understand them. That's why we try to use a common language. We also understand that some people don't speak English. So those are welcome to type in Spanish and we'll try and translate, but you can understand the difficulty. Jackrabbit, that might be a decent idea. I will float that in the administration section of our Discord. Understood, Ken. We want to be all inclusive. That is our goal. We want everybody to enjoy, everybody to be able to communicate. We're hoping for a new static fire test today, Mandrake. You're welcome. Good morning, astronomy film. I hijacked your microphone. Ken and Lucas, that is the ultimate question. We want to know the dated time so bad, but we have to get this test fire under our belts first. Yesterday's static fire abort was for unknown reason. It looked like they tried to recycle, but that never came to fruition. Lewis over at LabPadre lets us use his film with permission. We're not hijacking it. We're not pirates. Although it is a cool flag. How can you be an astronaut? Well, right now, study hard in school, look into careers in the field, choose a field because astronauts are going to break out into so many different. An astronaut is basically a person that goes into space now, and there are so many jobs out there. And when in the next 10 years, the amount of jobs in space will just be crazy. So study hard now, and you'll get a job later. Yeah, you're going to want to grab a cup of coffee and settle in. It looks like the road is still open. The test window is just starting to open, but there's no sign of activity other than people coming to work. Right now, we've been concentrating on the Starship progress, but here at Astronomy Film, we broadcast all rocket companies. all launches whenever they are videoed live. And we can get a hold of that video. Ken, if you got some way of setting that up, um, I'd love to hear about it, but I don't know how we can live chat translate. I, I, I do translate the language, the text with a translator, but it takes extra keystrokes for each message. Ken, and that would be a fun idea and great promotion for Tesla and SpaceX. I wouldn't put it beyond him, especially since he sent his own car. Cool. Well, speaking of history, yes, it is an amazing sight out there. I was there last March, watching the small tank tests when they were just proofing the pressure tests, and it was just amazing to see how they were going about things out there. And it will be history making, and it's also lightning fast for space development. Carter, you have a great chance of being an astronaut. If you're only 8 at this time, you are going to be in the prime of space exploration. I envy you so much. I am 58 years old. No matter how nice you ask me, I just don't have the launch time or date. It, we have to. It's testing. It's delayed whenever they find a problem. That's what the tests are for: is to find the problems, to fix the problem, and then to retest. Once we get a successful static fire test under our belts, then we might be able to give you a little bit of a date. But other than that, it would all be complete speculation. Call it the Electric 500 cannon. Good morning, Keith. I'm glad you think it's awesome. We do too. A static fire has been seemed to be tried several times so far, Ken, and aborted over the last few days. They keep getting a little farther into the test. It seems like each time, but they're finding things that go wrong, and so they have to reset. It may not be go wrong. It may just be that the procedure was designed wrong, and they didn't like what they were seeing. Can be so many things. They do their best to get it right, but that's a lot of bolts and nuts to make sure that are tight. We don't know. It may be why they're extra cautious, Keith, because of the tip over. They aren't able to inspect some of those welds because there's other things welded over top of those welds. So, think they're kind of going by the seat of their pants just a little bit and trying to pressure the thing up to see what, if anything, went wrong. Obviously, nothing major is wrong with it. That would be a real coup, James Haler. If somebody does not know who Zephram Cochrane is, in the Star Trek series, he is the inventor of faster than light travel or warp speed. Sizzle, it's workers still around the pad and everything. So there's almost always activity happening, and you see some venting there. That's probably from the recondenser. Omsko, I think I was 7 at the time, and Dad bought our first color TV to watch Neil Armstrong land on the moon. And as soon as they landed and got out the camera, they pointed it at the sun and ruined the color picture. So we watched it in black and white anyway. That is correct, Keith. I'll try to remember you, Alan, but it's hard. I got lots of people to try and take track of. I have a card here and an open invite to come to a NASA and visit the moon pool where they do the astronaut training. Once this virus is over and we can freely travel, I'm going to set it up with those guys and I'm going to travel to the moon pool. They won't let me get in it, but I can walk around the edge. They seem to keep changing their plan a little bit, Keith, but it does look like a cargo bay door in the side and a trolley system to get things down to the surface. Um, I don't know what the final version will be. They're just drawings and mock ups at this point. Bon Army fan, we don't have a time. It's after we get a static fire done. We got to make sure the thing works before we actually launch it. And no, it has not fueled yet, but they are in the process, it looks like, of starting to cool the fueling lines to fuel. This could go on for an hour or so before they actually start fueling. And the view in the mornings are excellent out there. The sun rises over the ocean there, and just makes a beautiful sunrise. I'm going to trust your math on that, Cannon. It's that extra 10.5 feet count. it's, it's perfectly fine, Cannon. Your estimate was just great. Shakuro, the test has not been done. You are in time. It might not be for an hour or two yet. It may not be for another 9 hours. We just don't know. Keith, the windows posted on the upper left part of the screen, that is time left in the test window. Yesterday they ran over by 2 hours, so that window is just a guesstimate as well. It's when they have the ability to close the road. We may see the test flight next week. It all depends the outcome of the static fire. We've been trying to get this in and trying to get this in. We've had a couple of aborts and a couple of non-starts. No need for windows yet, Ken. An interesting fact about Starship is once it is completed, the interior space will actually be larger than the interior space on the ISS. And we're not quite sure, Keith, if that was a successful test fire. Um, it wasn't announced, but the actual test firing was shorter than normal. So we're a little bit up in the air on whether that was a successful test fire or not. I'm going to slaughter your name, but Pradeepa, the flight keeps getting postponed because they're finding problems with the actual test. They start a test and they have a set of things that must go right in order for that test to proceed. And they get to a point and something fouls up somehow, and so they abort the full test. They reset everything and then they try again. Sometimes they do it multiple times in a single day. A Mars lander. Ken, we don't even know what company's going to make the Mars lander, and there's each companies are so much different from the other that it's amazing. I know Blue Origin's moon lander is about 30 feet tall, but I have no idea how tall the SpaceX Mars lander will be. That is correct, Jared. Up and down the rocket, there are hatches to access all compartment of the Starship. I must admit, Ken, that yes, changes in our government do affect our space travel and the way it goes because everybody has their own ideas. I think the idea, Adrian, is when Phobos is in its orbit moving away from Earth, so in other words, away from the starship that's approaching it, it will allow the starship to go into orbit around Phobos. Yes, they do like to use atmospheric braking for land, but it might be because the gravity well is so small on Phobos that it makes fueling there advantageous. I don't know. It's a little beyond my pay grade. Adrian, yes, that is the thing that I'm hearing. It's helium rather than a bleed a gas from the main tank. Samsung, they had a siren last night because they were 10 minutes away from a static fire. They started the procedure and something went wrong, and so they canceled. The siren is there to warn residents 10 minutes before loud activity. It's so they'll step away from windows in case the thing explodes and busts one of their windows in the village nearby. I'm sure that the docking procedures, Chris, are fairly well established. Two starships should be able to dock no problem, and it looks like they're going to do it tail to tail. Yes, the helium is not SpaceX's plan. Um, the problem was that they either didn't have enough room in the COPVs for the last test, this carbon overwrapped pressure vessel. Um, the header tank basically ran out of pressure, and so the engines cavitated and destroyed themselves. The green flame we saw was the engine eating itself. The Raptors were just fine. It was low fuel pressure that caused the destruction. Sabat, I imagine that they're going to need all kinds of staff at both the cafeteria that's outside the construction yard, where the Mark One control surfaces are located, and the other place that they're going to serve food will be in the top of that high bay. They are actually building a bar and restaurant for special guests. But you better get down there and get your application in now, because that is going to be one sought after job. All of Elon's companies have great benefits, Sabat. So if you ever got into them, you'd really love the job. That's correct. Those fins are from the actual Mark One. There you go, Sabat. Sabat, maybe Tesla Gigafactory Berlin be a good place to apply since you're in Italy. Go get him, Sabat. Go get him. What Jared's referring to, the venting is from the condenser, and it's taking all of that boil off and recondensing it into fluid. And that's why you see the vapor. That's probably water vapor in the air. That is the plan, Adrian. They want to, is no part is a good part, is Elon's philosophy, and the helium in the tanks is an added part. That would be interesting, Cannon. A cook on the way to Mars. I imagine cooking in microgravity or no gravity would be a little tough. Um, I don't know quite how all that would work, but that's why we're out there exploring and doing experiments. We have to develop all this stuff. You can only microwave so much food. Like define hot. They're using the gas boil off from the main tank, and of course that is ultra cold until the gas boils off, and it's still way below room temperature. Um, but yes, they'll have to figure something out with those header tanks. I am very interested to see the solution that they come up with, Adrian. Pressure cookers. There you go. I have one of those myself. My home is in the country, and I have my own apple orchard and my own berry farm. So we do a lot of pressure cooking. The Martian had some real good things in it, and some not so good. Um, but of course, that's dramatization. That's the plan, Teddy. Static fire today, later on. But yeah, there's lots of activity right now around the pad. They're getting ready, though. That is correct, Andy Joe. The storm in the Martian movie is um, quite fictional. You would not even feel the wind pressure at all. It would hardly make a. It would make a flag just barely wave. It's because though the wind is moving very, very fast, there's very few atoms in the wind. Now 6 a.m. here in Oregon, Teddy. Thank you, Cannon. And we probably push that like button a little bit too hard always. But it's a free way for you guys to help out the channel. The more likes that we get, the more people are attracted to this channel, and the better content we get to bring you. It's a win-win. Chile, such a beautiful country. I'm in awe of your backcountry, especially down south. No protests here, and the people have taken down their signs and stuff around here. Um, my valley is pretty tight knit, Keith, so we don't have problems like that normally. Dialogue? We can't have that kind of dialogue. That's why I kept it brief, Jared. But I try and answer everybody's question. No, we're not going to get political here. And they do can. I could actually make it work here, but I have to split the screen up so many ways already. It makes it very difficult for me to do that. I'm also monitoring the main feed and as well as have Discord up at this point. The camera on the right, I do believe, looks better because it's actually much closer to the action. The one on the left is a zoom from quite some distance, about a mile and a half, I do believe, on the left screen. On the right, uh, 100 meters or 200 meters. Yes, it's the Atacama is an amazing place, Cannon. I guess there's places there where they have never recorded rain. You're welcome to join me, Adrian. Lemon Lime just wanted to shout out. There you go. If everybody wants a shout out, it'll get boring. But we'll give Lemon Lime a shout out. I'm sure they're working very hard, Keith, to get the landing pad secure. And they had to cut a big hole in it because of the SN8 landing. They cut that section of the landing pad out, and I do believe the cement went in yesterday, so they may be doing finish work over there. Sander, I'd love to be able to say launch will be Friday at 10 a.m., but you can't say any of that stuff until we get a static fire successfully done. Um, then we'll wait, and SpaceX will probably give us 24 hours notice of any flight because they will be broadcasting it live as well and want us to watch. Oh, Manila's on the beach watching this. I'm in a cold, rainy house. If Jeff Bezos is there on the beach, put a hat or he'll get a sunburn on his head. Jared and Keith, you're right on. Andy, there's been kind of some developments lately in the heat shield. Um, they're testing some things on SN9. There's a couple of rows of heat tiles on the SN9, and they're figuring out the best way to attach them. They have hired this thing called a KUKA spot welder to weld the pins on the outside of the Starship. Welding on any stainless steel makes it expand like crazy and then contract more than it originally was before you started welding on it. So they've been having problems there. That's why the first starships were so wrinkly, is because they were ironing that process out, and they actually use what might translate into an iron to straighten them out. Actually, bend it back after. Very interesting process to attach this heat shield. And as far as we know, Starship 11 through 14 is, I do believe, not being worked on at this time, um, in lieu of 15, which is a different method of attaching things, and also possibly a different composition of stainless steel. The 304X, the brand that's built for SpaceX specifically. My technical vocabulary is limited, so you'll have to apologize for that. You're welcome, Andy Joe, and my name is Mike. I go by Warhawk on here. I am a moderator for the channel. Metal glue. I'm going to have to research that. Um, if so, you've given me some brand new info, Chris. Right, and if you're interested in helping out, we can always use new team members. You'd have to be a member of Discord in order to do that and speak with Astronomy Films directly. Tyler, we have no idea of what went wrong, only that it looked like the test was aborted. Um, it could have simply been they were testing a piece of periphery equipment, but we think it was a try and an abort. Mr. X there could have your solution, but I have heard nothing specific from SpaceX. Yeah, great. No flight today. This will be a static fire test only. We must get the static fire done before we can actually fly it. But they never cleared the pad, Ryan, so it wasn't an abort today. Yes, Stephen Jones. The static fire is just an amazing. The Raptors put out so much thrust. A Raptor engine, I think we calculated the other day, was 47 47s worth of thrust. I'd stand there and watch 47 47s fire up at the same time. Yes, Anton. Lewis over there at LabPadre is just wonderful. He's great people too. When I was out there last March, Keith, It seems we may have found the problem to our audio. I'll see if I'm transmitting here in just a second. If you can hear me 5x5, I'd appreciate a message. Great, problem solved. I can talk to you guys again. I hate typing on the computer. This is Warhawk Me. My name is Mike. Actually, the problem was our host's computer crashed, and we have our backup online now, and I am transmitting through that. I don't think there were cats involved, although my cat is howling at this moment for some food to get in. So I'm going to go let the cat in. Good morning, Chris. All right, cat crisis' fault is fixed. The cat has a full bowl of food. Texan bull static fires are performed to prove that all the sensors are working, they are giving proper data, and that the main systems of the Starship are functional. It's much easier to do that while it's still attached to the stand so they can abort it. And feline overlord is placated. That is true, Marcus. And it's not even my cat, it's one of my tenants. If all goes right, Jamie, it's a lot of times it's the very next day. rocket launches today is correct and very knowledgeable. That's very possible, Teddy. They could be simply awaiting pad clearance or some other minor maintenance until they evacuate. When things get a little closer, the gadget in the upper left of both screens will turn into a list and tick off things as they happen. Teddy, they're going to work up until the last instant before they have to clear the pad. They're replacing the hole that they cut into it after SN8 crashed there. And they're working like crazy to fix that and to get everything ready. Yes, Adrian, that will be the first. No, you had a pretty good list up there, Adrian. No problem. And it is LabPadre that does form that list and takes care of that list. We are very grateful to LabPadre for letting us use his stream. I'm going to need a 5-minute break here, and I shall be back in just a moment. I was just talking with my wife, but I don't think I was transmitting it. I had to take a break, empty the old coffee, refill the cup, feed the chicken, let the chicken out of the coop, play around with the cat, give the wife a hug. Now I'm back here with you folks. Water spray to the pad, Chris Martindale. They have a fire suppression system out there, but and they wet the pad down, the landing area down before, but there's no specific like deluge system to anything. And Keith, they were all worried about the Space Shuttle Columbia. Um, Unfortunately, they didn't have the ability to inspect the area where that piece of foam hit. And so they just crossed their fingers. And oh my goodness, was that a mistake? But what could they have done otherwise? There was no time for a rescue mission. Idea, Chris, is to not use one at all. As a poster stated earlier, Adrian, there will be no flame trench or deluge system on other planets when we go there. Yes, there is. After it landed, they kept spraying water out of the fire hose onto the Tesla batteries that were laying there on the ground. I do believe they were trying to short out and causing a fire, and they kept spraying those particular pieces in the video. That is true, Keith. Of course, they're going to play the danger down, and it should have never. That system should have been redesigned way before. They knew they were having problems with it. but they didn't think that anything major could happen. Unfortunately, didn't think was not good enough. Yeah, the Elon tweet about catching the Starship booster by the grid fin is an interesting idea. They're talking about the booster, though, not Starship itself. SpaceX seems to have come up with a novel solution, Tom. They're going to stick the engines up near the top of the rocket for lunar landing. Otherwise, it would build its own crater as it tried to land. Yes, I agree. The Raptors are much, much stronger engines than what was used in, say, the Apollo landers. Frozen grapes, yes, they learned the hard way. And it's one of the reasons why they made the Starship, I mean the space shuttle, obsolete.
How are you doing, mate?
Ah, good evening or good morning.
Just yeah, sneakily getting in. I got some work to do, but I was like, you know what? What the hell? I can also just dash in there.
Overwork
Help answering
is
questions.
overwork is the new commentator coming on here. He's going to
Yes.
help me out.
So yeah, I was hearing some stuff with Super Heavy and its landing. Yeah, it kind of took everything by surprise, everyone by surprise when Elon announced that. But with sometimes to think about it, it really makes sense because they already need to be very precise for the landing, and just they were already planning on just landing right next to the launch pad. So at this point, they probably said, you know what, we're already gonna need that much precision to just land on legs. We may actually just be able to remove the legs and just essentially mount all the shock absorbing gear on the crane itself. And this is probably why they came up with this idea of landing on the grid fins.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Frozen grapes, well, hopefully they learned and won't repeat the mistake. Yeah, they already made modifications to the pressurization system, switching to COPVs.
Frozen is talking about the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that was kind of an electroshock, really. Again, it's kind of the problem of being just too complacent. On top of that, the entire space shuttle program really was riddled with issues, mainly because of its quite troubled development and the fact that the final design strayed so much away from what was the intentional design. I think is the big issue. Really too many compromises had to be made for the space shuttle to see the light of day. It was just very delicate to operate.
I fully agree. And Jared, if you would like to be a moderator, you need to first get on our Discord, participate there for a little bit, let everybody get to know you, and then simply ask Astro for a wrench, and you're good to go.
We can all use a hand when it comes to talking about this kind of stuff. I mean, it is always nice to see more people getting information about space and launch and generally being interested in that. We need more attention towards
Yes.
this.
Yes. Well, most of my friends didn't even know that SN8 was tested the other day.
Oh, really? Like they didn't even see or hear about
Well,
the launch.
our national news posted it up on the national news as SpaceX attempts a launch and crashes, and that's about all we got on our national news.
I have this pretty much the same thing for my side as well.
Frozen grapes. If we knew what caused scrub, we would definitely tell you. We don't know why it was scrubbed.
Sadly, my plan of implanting secret cameras disguised as pigeons to get inside information has not yet been realized.
Yeah.
So we are really in the dust when it comes to this. We again kind of have to watch and see if we recognize the patterns that usually lead to a test fire. But if they need to scrub, they'll do it.
Good morning, Jorge. How's things in Chihuahua, Mexico? I'm not sure whether the engine ate itself on landing, Chris, but it did not have enough fuel to take back off. That's why they used a two-stage unit for the lunar lander.
Yeah, don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that that the return stage was I think I don't think it was solid fuel, wasn't it? But
I think it was
and
hypergolic.
yeah, it was just not really that controllable. It works. Yeah, isn't the national teams the one who are also going back with the free part design for the lander?
I don't remember.
Yeah, because right now for the landers, there's three that are in competition.
Yes, there are three: SpaceX, Blue Origin, and
I think
earlier I was trying to recall the third one.
I think it's like Dynetics or something.
I think it is Dynetics, and I really like their lander.
Yeah, I really like it. It honestly it is quite smart for as an approach for a uh, a semi reusable and very adaptable lander.
Yes, Blue Origin, their lander does not look well thought out.
I don't want to start bashing on Blue Origin.
I'm not bashing on them. It just looks like they tossed something up there to try and enter the competition, and didn't. They're so and they are so secretive. We don't know what's going on behind the doors. He could be laughing like crazy and be close to ready to launch a new Glenn, but I don't think so.
I mean, I think if they had a new Glenn in the rack ready to launch, they would probably start talking a bit about it.
I would hope so. Yeah, it seems like things are so secretive over there. kind of gets them some bad PR.
Yeah, I think it is too secretive in my opinion. They should at least, like, hell, even ULA post some progress on their stuff every now and then.
Yes.
And even Iron does that, even if most of the status update were essentially just telling everybody that they were having more delays. Let's see.
Feel free to ask any questions you wish, Gabby. That's how you're going to know more about space.
Yeah.
And no question is dumb if you don't know the answer.
Yeah, though no question is dumb. Space is very complex, and it's what makes it great. So shoot away. It can be on anything, really. It can be on Starship, can be on other things, can be on, I don't know, black holes.
Yeah.
We're trying to not get back on the subject of either M&Ms or bananas.
No, we prefer
So
to stay away from fruit.
let's do that. Let's not do that.
That's an inside joke for those that don't.
Yes. Well, I don't think the bot has yet to implement the. It's not the banana to scale. It's banana to payload module.
Yes. There are several new moon rovers coming up. And on these moon rovers, the companies are offering people to have their names engraved on the rover itself that are going to places like the moon. Um, TJ over at I Need More Space has offered that. I think it's closed now, but there are many others. And my name and my wife's is actually engraved on the chip and going to the moon.
Oh,
There's
that
also
is
some,
great.
yeah, there's also some digital media on there so you can send photos. I sent a photo of my chicken. Had to find something different to send.
You sure?
Oh, I'm going to have to check that out, Jared.
Yeah, I am checking that right now.
All right. No launch today, Jorge. It's a static fire only, and it's a test window. You can see the time left in that window in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. When testing gets going, there will also be a list in the gadget section on both streams that will be put up by LabPadre to let us see exactly what they're doing in the test process. I believe with the nose cone on, they don't need the static weight. That's what the weight was simulating. Do you know anything different there, Overwork?
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm just a bit busy. I'm trying to
Oh, yeah, that
wrap.
tweet.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap up a document and get that over with just a bit quickly. So I'm probably gonna be a bit phased out.
All righty. We'll leave you to see what you can come up with.
Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing too exciting. Just your regular marketing strategy stuff.
Aha.
Boring, but it has some value.
I have about another 30 minutes that I can be on here, and then family will have to take some priority. Balance issues have been a problem with Starship. That's why they moved that header tank clear to the very nose of the Starship. It was becoming too heavy on the bottom to be able to control properly in the belly flop maneuver. Adolfo, I have the stream muted on my end due to lag of my voice. It would confuse me if I tried to listen to the audio live. So I have not heard anything on any speakers or heard anything about 10 a.m. on a speaker. If you subscribe to Astronomy Films, we usually broadcast every Starship test and every SpaceX launch. So this would be a good place for news. Otherwise, look at one of our parent channels there, LabPadre or SPadre. This is a little more relaxed atmosphere. Feel free to ask any questions here. We'll try to give you the most intelligent answer we can come up with. Might not be the right one, but it'll be the best one we can do. Thanks, Keith. The like button helps tremendously with the algorithm. It announces it to more folks. Win-win for us. We get more people to talk to. More minds working on the same problem. I just had that talk with my son the other day, Keith. I don't think I wanted to go through that again. Great, Jared. I thank you for giving me that update. So they're going to clear the pad at 10 a.m. Good deal. That would be nice to see. Nope, not scrubbed. Yeah, things so flexible out there, Jared. It's hard to tell at actual time. Their information comes just a few seconds quicker than mine. So
Alright, and I am back.
welcome back.
What did I miss?
They'll announce on LabPadre that pad clear at 10 a.m., but then delayed it till 10:30. I think that's all that's about happened since you were last on.
Fine. If it's just a if it's just a slight delay. Yeah, they still have more work to do, so problem.
And Todd, as we know, the splashdown was canceled the other day due to weather. I have not seen an update on the time, but it will have live coverage. And they're supposed to do a little bit better job keeping boats away from the landing area.
I remember that.
Oh, I would have paid money to be on one of those boats, but yes, it was a dangerous thing.
Yeah, but I mean, like for example, when I remember, uh, you know, the super heavy and Starhopper launches that had to be cancelled because people were breaking into
Yes,
the interdiction zone.
yeah, that's terrible when they do it on a launch. I could understand with the landing where the capsule's under parachutes and your boat is powered, you can get out of the way, but still, it's just a disaster for all those trying to work safety out there.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a safety concern because I mean that capsule obviously it's designed to float, but like we wouldn't want a bunch of people trying to open the hatch and get inside the
Yes,
capsule or something.
that's correct because that's what's going to happen. People are going to rush over and they're going to touch it and do all kinds of things. If they touch it, they're going to get burned.
Yeah, yeah, for one. But imagine if it's in the middle of the sea and they open the hatch. Now the vehicle is no longer
Yes,
there's potentially a danger of water going in, and that is big. That's a big no.
yes, they had a problem with that with one of the, I believe it was Gemini missions, where the hatch came open early, flooded the capsule, and just about killed Gus Grissom.
Yeah, so we,
And
we we already have enough issues with that technical problem, so we don't want to add on top of that a bunch of human problems.
correct.
I thought I'd asked how much longer do we have till the four-man crew Dragon returns?
Yeah, he wants to know the splashdown date for the Crew Dragon that was been delayed because of weather. I
Oh
have
yeah.
not I have not researched that this morning. Find if they've announced a new date or time. The stream will definitely be up till the end of the window, but I myself only have about 20 more minutes that I can be on, and I'll turn it over to my other commentator. Don't it's the static fire today. According to Spaceflight Now, the Crew Dragon is supposed to return this evening. At what time? It was poor weather that prevented the docking from happening, or the splashdown from happening on Monday. I will just post a link to this article so you folks can decipher it yourself. The link I posted will take you to Spaceflight Now's article on the upcoming splashdown of the Cargo Dragon. I'll find that one out as well. According to the internet, the current crew has a 6-month stay, returning in spring. I don't see a date. It's amazing that it can actually land that amount of payload, Keith. The Cygnus cargo that they send up, it carries and it returns nothing. They fill it full of their trash and let it burn up in the atmosphere. Sorry, I didn't have a date for you, Todd, but that's just too far out. Gerardo, that would be a wild thing to find out, wouldn't it? Our Discord, Jared, is fairly new. And so, yes, join it and make it active. We use it a lot like an information board. Todd, I happen to be wearing a t shirt with Bob and Doug's mission patch on it right now. Was a present from my son. Christmas present from my son, Keith. Even cooler. He also got me a SpaceX mug that when you pour coffee on it, the ceramic gets warm and a picture of Falcon Heavy appears on the side. That's pretty neat as well. Lunch will be in about 4 hours here, but no, there is no rocket launch today. No, they have not done the test yet. Okay. Yeah, the mug is awesome. The ceramic's a bit thin, so it doesn't keep the coffee warm long, but it's a beautiful mug.
And not only is the airspace not cleared for launch, but the previous static fire well, we think that it didn't go quite as planned, so they probably need again a second one to make sure that everything is fine before they attempt to launch. Next window, I believe, is going to be tomorrow, and they have a string of airspace of just being able to launch. We're going to take cars to leave the place. Maybe. I mean, if this is bad evacuation, then that's quite good.
That is for sure.
It looks like people are hightailing it.
Overwork is talking about TFR. They are flight restrictions that are put into place, or also known as NOTAMs. They're notice to air pilots or something like that. But they're just notices to clear the airspace above the Starship when they are going to perform a flight. They do put some very low ones in place during some of the testing, but I don't see that today. I kind of butchered that answer, but that's the best I can do right now. The control surfaces, or flaps as you call them, Dustin, they're put straight out for the actual launch of the Starship because of aerodynamic forces being off. If they were folded in the way they are now, the Starship would tend to curve in that direction. Thanks for the question, Dustin. I recognize that name because it's my brother.
Oh, interesting.
He's the star of my family.
Yeah, again, there's not going to be a flight before a static fire, and we had a line of just cancellations or scrubs. So again, that's kind of why we're waiting for a static fire, because then that means they can start prepping for a flight. But I'm fully expecting SpaceX to do what they've done with SN8, which is to actually start an official stream when they are about to launch, which then would be definitive confirmation that something big is about to happen.
They have been good about giving us 24-hour notice of any flight.
Yeah. Again, it's kind of nice to have that kind of information, but I also understand why they don't want to bother with tiny things like static fires and cryo tests and stuff like that, because that's just not as interesting, and it's a lot more likely to get cancelled anyways.
Yes. We bring every possibility of a test to you, basically because we're nerds and we don't want to miss a thing. So that's why we're on all the time, and we assume that there's going to be a test, but a lot of times those tests reach a failure point and they have to reset.
Yeah, Todd William asked something quite good. Said, why do they have to why do they have so many static fire tests before flight? They had a lot more, frankly, especially for SN8. They had a lot more static fires. Again, their plan for SN9 was just to do one and then launch. The reason why they're performing all these tests is because they want to make sure that the spacecraft is working correctly, and every time they have an anomaly, they have to fix it and try again. And in the case, for example, of SN8, they also had to make sure that they could use the header tanks, which, because this was the only time that a Starship prototype was completely assembled in such a way, they could only do that with like the fully assembled Starship prototype testing the header tanks. And yeah, on top of that, the Raptors themselves have been capricious little engines when it comes to lighting up, as we have seen with the first time SN8 was supposed to take flight, and sadly, essentially right before the end of the countdown, one of the engine didn't light up and caused a end cold for an abort. Again, just those spark plugs. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't.
Good explanation.
Please no crow, lol. Yeah, we don't want a repeat of bird cam.
Crow is a staple food at my house.
No, really. What would what would a bird taste like? Probably a lot like chicken, honestly. Then again, a lot of things just taste like chicken.
I don't know. They eat some pretty nasty stuff.
Yeah, I guess. I have a ton in my garden. They're just there to annoy the dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
Entrant research is ongoing. Yeah, on top of that, it's important to remember that the Raptors are an extremely new and complex piece of engineering. Full flow stage combustion engines. Essentially the only one of their kind that have actually flown.
This is true.
Actually, well, speaking of that, Keith Westman, sorry for butchering your name, says, why do they need igniters when the fuel mix is explosive on its own? Well, that's the thing. There is a special kind of fuel, which is called, I believe, hypergolic fuel, which will ignite on its own when exposed to an oxidizer. So this one is usually very, very useful when you want a fast, like for example, a fast activation engine, or for example, for the case of TTAP for the Falcon 9, when they want to ignite the engines, they essentially inject a bit of that inside the combustion chamber to ignite the rest of the fuel. But for example, when it comes to, well, for example, for Starship, methane and liquid oxygen, it will not ignite on its own unless you do it. And the reason why Starship doesn't use TTAP, unlike the Falcon 9, is because you cannot get more of that igniter fuel when you're going to be in orbit or around Mars. And the Falcon 9 has shown that if you run out of TTAP, well, you're kind of screwed because now you can't light up your engines again. So this
Correct.
is why the Raptor is essentially using gigantic spark plugs to trigger the ignition.
Yes, it's the same way that your car requires oxygen and gasoline to be compressed into the cylinder, but it won't fire unless the spark plug does.
Oh, Todd, once again, has a very interesting question. Do you want to tackle that?
I might get into bananas.
No. We are asking about a comparison between Starship and the
Yes,
Talcon 5, not Starship and the banana. So we're not going that route again.
Starship is itself. I don't know a comparative thrust between Starship itself, but when the booster is attached to the bottom, as the Saturn V was the booster, it's an order of magnitude larger. It's a whole new animal.
Yeah, not only is it important to remember that the booster will actually have to push the obviously the gigantic mass of the Starship up until Starship can essentially resume the ascent on its own, since Starship is the upper stage. But on top of that, if they want to land the booster back, so that means they need to have even more lift capacity to carry the fuel that they're going to need to perform a boost to pad maneuver and then land.
Yes, this thing is so large that it's hard to believe that this is the actual space capsule and not the rocket that launches it to space. Yes, the igniters must be perfect before any manned launch because they have to reliably relight the engine. Powered landings with humans aboard has only been done on the moon with the Apollo lander. So, yes, we are a long ways from doing humans with powered landing. That's the very reason that the current Crew Dragon lands via parachute and not with the Draco engines.
Isn't that scary that they're having this problem? It is completely normal in rocket development. Like, for example, the Falcon 9 kept exploding in various different ways until they managed to stick the landing the first time, for a ton of reason. The engines on SN8 actually worked perfectly during the flight. They failed the landing because of pressurization of the methane header tank. So for once, the engines were not at fault here.
That is correct.
Also, I really like these questions. They're really interesting. What is the purpose of building the upper stage so large for Starship? Well, that is the big change. That's because Starship is obviously, it's an upper stage, and it's designed to send payload to orbit. But it is also designed not only to be a vehicle which can send stuff beyond low Earth orbit, mainly through orbital refueling, but it's also an upper stage which is reusable. So the reason why it's so large is that it needs to be interplanetary capable, obviously being able to support a large crew or a gigantic payload, and it needs to be able to survive re-entry, control its descent, and land on its own, which is the reason why Starship is called Starship. It's a fully contained vessel in its own right. Yes, I am in fact a French person. I know, French people exist on the internet.
All right, folks, my time at the mic is up. It's time for me to get involved with some family items. I may come back on in a couple of hours, but right now I must make family priority. It's very nice talking to you. I'll leave you with Overwork. My name is Mike. I go by Warhawk Me on the live stream. We will talk to you guys soon.
All right. Well, goodbye, Hawk.
Yeah,
A
I'm
pleasure.
sorry I need to run out.
No, no problem. No problem. You're everywhere.
No, that would be rocket launches today is everywhere.
That's a good thing, though.
Yes, it is. We'll
Isn't it?
talk
We
to
are living in exciting times.
you for sure. Bye for now.
Goodbye. I like all the kind French words in the chat, but let's keep that in English just so everybody can understand. So yeah, don't hesitate to post any more questions. Comment for the bloody algorithm. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I know. YouTube algorithm is a bit stupid. So yeah, the YouTube algorithm only counts activity. So dropping likes and subscribes and stuff like that really does help pushing the thing to be recommended to more people. None of this would be possible if it wasn't for France. Well, none of this would be possible if France didn't spend its majority of its days trying to beat the crap out of its neighbors, especially Britain. Yeah, you can say that everything is just a long chain of events that just starts from people trying to beat the crap out of one another. We have a good aerospace industry there. I feel like it's taken a bit of a backseat, and it really shouldn't. And that's okay. Well, eventually we'll realize how important this is, and we're gonna start getting into high gears when it comes to aerospace. We all hope, Paul. We all hope. It would definitely be the best case scenario. Because if they complete the static fire today, that means the next launch windows are all potentially going to be for an actual flight. Oh, I see. So yeah, we're talking about the revolutionary war. Well, I guess we also have you to thank for the fact that we no longer have a monarchy since you didn't pay us back. And why let the little account of unpaid debt get in the way of a good revolution? Yes, the parking is clearing out. The parking is clearing out slowly. Obviously, the roads are closed. If you can see it, because I know it's really small, because we got the two streams side by side. But as you can see, the launch checklist has now appeared. So that should give you a rough-ish ideas of when stuff is going to happen. So yeah, so far looks like we're heading in for something, since more and more the cars are leaving the launch pad. Yes, Daniel informing me that there has not been any updates from Hobby on the speaker, so that means that the pad should be cleared, if there's on schedule, should be cleared in around 2 minutes. That is very interesting, Stacy. Welcome to the club of space nerds watching launches. Welcome to the show. Well, I mean, it's not like it's an isolated instance. I was already a space nerd for a long time, but I mean, Falcon Heavy launch was spectacular. It was kind of then hard to try and explain people exactly why they put a car in, as the payload. But honestly, it was a brilliant move, and the images, oh my god, the images after the payload fairing openings, breathtaking. Yes, the simultaneous landing of the two boosters. Again, it's really a good thing that Starship is going to give us even more amazingly, interesting landings. I mean, I could watch these engines gimbal back and forth all day. It's great. It really is great. Alright, bit of a unforeseen emergency. I will have to leave you for now. Have fun waiting for the things to clear up and the launch the test fire to continue, and I will try to get back to you as quick as I can. Goodbye.
Hello everybody, this is Daniel and we are currently awaiting pad clear. As you can see on the left hand side of your screen, there are still some vehicles on the pad. So let's just wait and see if SpaceX will attempt a static fire in the next few hours. if you look closely on the right, you can see some grass venting. So yeah, we expect a static fire to happen in the next few hours. just a few seconds ago, the last 4 cars at the pad left the pad. So we're expecting the tanks farm activity to begin in the next few minutes.
Howdy, folks. This is Mike Warhawk back here again. I got my house quieted down enough that I can come back on and answer your questions for you. I'm normally a moderator on this channel, but they handed me keys to the mic, so I prefer to moderate through voice. Howdy, folks. This is Mike Warhawk back here again. Aha! Let's mute the stream so I don't talk 30 seconds after I've actually spoken. We've seen a few renders of the inside of the Starship, but they haven't come up with anything solid as far as interior space for the crew. And Keith, weather was a factor last Monday for sure. The winds were so high it blew a fishing boat ashore and blew a cement truck off the road on the approach to SpaceX. This wind is much calmer today, and I've seen them do testing with this amount of wind before. The reason you're not seeing any action on the screen is because the pad is clear in preparation for testing. It will be stainless steel, and right now the final material is 304 or 3, I think it's 301X is the name of the steel that they're using, the stainless steel, eventually, and it is a special blend for SpaceX and the Starship. They are looking for properties in the metal that not only will provide some heat shielding, but excuse me, a dog just walked in. She might get a little noisy. The stainless steel will not only provide some heat protection, but they also, this new steel, it's much easier to weld. They need a very smooth surface, for aerodynamics on reentry. Otherwise, plasma tends to build up in any defect. The materials have actually gone through a complete revolution since inception. At first, they were talking carbon fiber, and then they decided that was not going to work at that scale due to expense. And so they switched over to stainless steel, and they were going to use what they call transpiration cooling. Basically, they were going to let fuel leak out through small holes in the outer part of the ship to vaporize and cool the exterior. But of course, that is a very, very complicated system. And so they decided to go ahead and use an upgraded stainless steel and an actual exterior heat shield consisting of a ceramic block. In other SpaceX news, the Cargo Dragon is scheduled to splash down this evening, and that should be shown live. Probably from SpaceX, maybe from NASA. If they do have a live stream, you'll have to check here at Astronomy Films, because if there is a live stream, we will most likely rebroadcast it for you. Well, first of all, Todd, they'll start with tank pressure tests. They will build a full-scale tank section and either test it to destruction or test it to the pressures that they wish to achieve. And then they will go ahead and put Raptors underneath it. And the first test flight is scheduled to fly on only 2 Raptor engines rather than, I think, the number of engines changes day to day, but I think the current number is 28 on the finished project. But only 2 will be required to lift the booster itself with low fuel. This time, we don't believe that they can test a full-up Starship booster on land due to the noise that it makes. That much noise, it can break windows 6 miles away. And Todd's been asking some great questions today. Feel free to ask anything you guys wish to. Hopefully keep it space related, but I'll try to do anything that's not profanity or politics. They actually are making pieces of the booster at this point, Todd. So they are kind of doing 2 birds with 1 stone. But they will not want to test the 2 together until they've proven the units separately. No need to risk a Starship if the booster fails. Sorry for the dead airspace at time. I'm just trying not to fill it up with blather. 200 viewers and nobody with something to say. The whole space industry is looking at that descending booster and making renders and trying to figure out exactly how they'll catch something that heavy and that big. That's what Elon said, Todd, is that they were going to catch it rather than land it. And that would make sense because every pound of weight you save on the leg end is another pound of payload that you can carry to orbit on Starship. So if he can make it work, that would be awesome. They're even talking about not catching it with arms, but cables itself, similar to an arrested landing on an aircraft carrier. Georgi, you must have permission directly from Lewis at LabPadre. We cannot monetize the stream. We must leave the overlays on from LabPadre. And no, you're not trying to be a jerk, and neither are we. We're not pirating. We have full permission. I know Lewis personally. But you must have direct permission, or you'll find yourself in trouble. I might also point out that the live chat over at LabPadre is quite technical oriented. This is a little more relaxed venue. Yeah, that's a good question, David. All we have is the one tweet from Elon, and everybody else is just speculating on that. So, yeah, I thought they would have to strengthen the top of the rocket myself, and I posted that question. But it's already quite strong up there to hold back the drag that's on the fins, first of all. And second of all, a rocket in tension is much stronger than a rocket in compression. So that may help too and be part of it. I hope that gave you a little bit of insight, David. But we're all speculating at this point. Really, we only have the one tweet to go by. Felix is different. We use stills and clips from LabPadre. Felix is another good friend of mine. As a matter of fact, when I went to Boca Chica, it was to meet Felix and Louis from LabPadre, and we all sat around a table and had dinner together, along with Gene from SPadre. And we worked a lot of that stuff out, Georgi. We're all team space. We all, though we kind of are competitors in a way, we don't compete because that compartmentalizes information. And we're all about openness. The whole community is. It's great. And that's why you see so many different people's work on so many different YouTube channels. Usually when Felix does his live streams on Starship, it's the SpaceX broadcast. But yes, for some static fires and things, he does use his live stream. And he has full permission to do that. Like I said, we're a pretty tight-knit group. Everybody has everybody else's phone number, so if there ever is any problems, they're resolved immediately. It's an amazing group to work with. I mean, amazing. The whole idea was to launch them from KSC or Boca Chica, but I think we're just going to see test flights on fewer engines from these two places. The noise is so loud that it can knock windows out 6 miles away, just the engine noise. And that's not an explosion or anything like that. So it's looking like they're going to have to take off from offshore. In other words, from a boat. We know that the plan is to static fire today, Georgi, but whether it truly happens all depends on SpaceX and how the test forms up. We've seen them start the test several times and abort to fix problems that occurred during the beginnings of the test. There's a lot more than just lighting the engines and putting some fuel in it. believe it or not, civilization is too close to Cape Canaveral. Otherwise, it would be an option, and I think that was their plan in the beginning because they started building a launching system there. But whether that's just going to be for testing or full up, I don't think it's going to be full up at this point. I think they did some studies, some environmental impact studies, and have found that the noise produced without a deluge system is going to be prohibitive. And they're trying to stay away from a deluge system. Bo, it's just a static fire of the Raptor engines. And yesterday we had an aborted static fire. We never actually got to firing the engine. Okay, it took me a minute to get that information on the vehicle assembly building. It was kind of retired in 2011, and then they started offering public tours in the building. These tours were temporarily discontinued in February 2014 to allow for renovation. It's got a bunch of money allocated to renovations so they can use the SLS and Orion spacecraft for the Artemis program. That is what's happening at the vehicle assembly building. And it will also, this work will be required at Launch Complex 39 to allow for the SLS as well. And I'll toss up a link to where I got that info. Yes, Jared, the recondenser will come on from time to time. Instead of running a flare stack, they go ahead and reliquefy vapor. And that's what you're seeing. What you're seeing is actually water vapor coming off of the system. I hope that answered your question as well, Dan. They're reforming gas back into a liquid by chilling it. You're welcome. Now you also see in the right-hand view a big bunch of vapor on the right-hand side of the screen. That's the liquid oxygen, or I think the liquid oxygen vent line. And that is a good sign that they are starting to chill down the plumbing that actually fuels Starship. More than my paycheck, Todd. I don't know. Snipes, we got to get a successful static fire under our belts before we can talk about a launch time. That's what we're doing today. You'll notice the list that's on each one of the two screens. I know it's small. Sometimes we can get it bigger in the center for you. But that's a list of the progression of the activity during the test. The old way of expendable rockets, Adrian, the Falcon 9 can launch the same payload to the same orbit for about 1/10 the cost of an expendable rocket. Think of going on the airline, but when you landed at the end of your trip, they destroyed the airplane. How expensive a seat would be to get on that aircraft. I think the maximum G forces that astronauts have to endure is about 3 Gs. So even you and I can stand 3 Gs for a little bit, no problem. And if you're talking the feeling you would get through the a flip maneuver, if you noticed on SN8 when they did the flip maneuver, it actually rotated around the nose. So if you were sitting in the tail, it would throw you like crazy. But sitting in the nose, it's more like your chair goes from on its back to on its feet. Yes, Nightbot. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, turn on notifications, become a patron, join our Discord, shop at Macy's. All those links are down in the description below this video on your screen. Who out there is ready to jump on this thing and go to Mars? I myself don't know if I'd like to be trapped in that top of that thing with 80 other people for 2 months, get there and back. But then again, the journey is no longer and probably safer than the pilgrims took come to the United States or um, any immigration. Todd, the flip maneuver is to create a larger drag coefficient to slow the Starship down and put more of it in the wind, basically. That's the reason for the flip maneuver. So basically, it comes into the atmosphere a little bit like the space shuttle, only it does not spend near the time in the heating environment because it comes straight through. It doesn't glide through. The control surfaces you see do not provide lift. They provide control during the fall, more like a skydiver's arms and legs during their descent. That is how the upper stage returns from orbit. Of course, Starship is the upper stage. And the booster lands, well, at first they were talking similar to a Falcon 9, but now they're talking about catching it from the top of it. So I don't know. That's so far in the future, we're going to have to wait for development. They putting so many of those rockets on the stand, Jared, that sometimes it's hard to keep those numbers straight. I have the same problem. Andre, we all are waiting. We hope it's sooner than later. According to a spreadsheet on Twitter. Okay. I'm old school, Jared, and I don't tweet, although I do get tweets collected for me by a bot so I can peruse them. Trying to decipher your script there, Andre. Is that the aliens are bombing the Vulcans? First robotic woman in space? Yeah, okay. That's enough, Andre. I know, folks, this is a little bit like watching paint dry, but usually when the paint's dry, it doesn't catch fire. Yeah. Cooling off at Boca Chica. I'd like to say heating up, but that's not what's happening right now. Things are cooling off in preparation. What you're seeing from the vents from the Starship is them beginning to cool off all of the engine plumbing that's inside. It needs to be at a very low temperature before they attempt to light the engine. If we could see all the way around the Starship, we would notice 3 of those vents from all 3 Raptors. Whoever predicted 1241 local, if things go accordingly, they're going to be pretty close to on time. It may go a couple minutes earlier. All depends on what they are trying to accomplish during this test. I'm not watching the native stream, Benjamin, and my eyes are pretty bad, so I'm going to have to agree with you. I see a frost line just now forming on the lower tank. They won't fill the tanks full, and it all depends on how they're working. the test and what their goal is. The static fire may be to test pressures in the header tanks. So we just don't know. The static fire may be to test a complete system. We just don't know. It seems to be they sped up a bit, Jared. What we expect to see during the actual static fire is about a 2 to 3 second burn, and you'll definitely know when it happens. The fire will be huge. Once the cooling and fueling process is complete, they will. The next step will be for them to spin up the turbo pumps, and when all that checks out, the ignition switch is automatically hit. I don't think there's a guy with a button. There's a guy with an abort button, that's for sure. Many people have an abort button, but I don't think anybody has a go button. Personally, I think they should auction off the launch button. So when everything's ready, somebody just presses that button to initiate the automatic system. I think that auction would make somebody very, very happy and makes SpaceX a buck or two. And there you have it. Let's see what happened there. That didn't look well. I'm rewinding to take a look. It looks like the test has been an aborted test. That would be my best guess from what we have seen on screen. It looks like they spun the pumps up, and that's how come we saw the brief flash, but that was in no way a static fire. I just don't see it. If it was, it wasn't all three. I'm still reviewing the footage. Yes, it looks like a partial fire and an abort. I cannot say what we saw was good news. I can't say it's bad news either. It may have been a test that they were just performing on like the header tanks or something like that, which didn't require a full burn. But that looked like it was aborted. Speculation, of course. Speculation. There may be a recycle. We still have plenty of time in the window. It all depends on what problem caused an abort, if that's what we actually saw. And that's what I would think, Adrian, that it would be a test of the header tank. I just don't have, my eyeballs aren't good enough, and I haven't reviewed it enough, but it looked like there was only one Raptor lit underneath it when it actually went. But that's pure speculation from looking at it at full speed twice. Wow. So now we wait again to see if they will recycle. My producer's behind the scenes digging out every scrap of information he can possibly find from the net right now, trying to get us a bit of an explanation. It was kind of an odd test all the way around. Normally they give us a siren 10 minutes before, and we were moderating a audio channel near the siren to hear it, and we never heard the siren. Andre, if you weren't here, they just did what looked like a partial static fire. It didn't look like it was a complete static fire, and they're either in reset or it will be announced that they scrub for the day. But right now we are in reset. Andre, if you missed it, you can rewind the stream a little bit and you will see what we were talking about. Five minutes should be sufficient to rewind. We try to speak English, Andre, so everybody can understand us. If you want to write in Cyrillic and then translate it to English, it would save us a bunch. Then everybody can understand what you say. Otherwise, we all have to use a translator. And you didn't miss much, Ian. It seemed to be a partial fire, but that's only my opinion. We have zero information from SpaceX. We didn't even hear a siren for him. Thank you for translating that. I have a very tough time translating back to Cyrillic from English. Thank you very much for doing that for me. Everybody deserves to be informed. RLT, Natalia is translating what I say into Cyrillic for Andre. It's perfectly fine for Natalia to and those two to have a conversation. She's actually doing us a service. Mr. Gupta, possibly. We are in reset mode right now. We didn't expect the first fire when it happened. Things have been kind of out of sequence here for us. We're digging like crazy for information for you. Flight will take place after we get a successful static fire. And I'm not so sure that we've gotten a successful static fire yet. What we saw, if you rewind here about 10 minutes or so, you'll see what consensus says is an aborted static fire. Although that's not fact yet. That's speculation. To answer your question, no, we don't know when the flight will be. Soon, no. We are hoping. Great, then we are in agreement, Mr. Gupta. think they completed the cryo tests already. I think that was first. Art, I myself am in the state of Oregon, a whole continent away. Though I have been to the Boca Chica site. Edward, we had a test approximately 15 minutes ago, maybe a little less. You can rewind the stream to see what we saw. We're not sure whether that was an aborted test or accomplished their goals. I am so immersed in Starship activities art that it feels like I'm there most of the time. There was no siren, Ian. Rocket launches today was monitoring the audio and he never heard a siren. And that is very true, Bramrick. We don't know whether they're in reset mode or not. Mr. Gupta, yeah, well, this is kind of a new thing. I normally just am a moderator. I'm one of the guys in the blue writing. But on this channel, we decided to go ahead and give moderators a mic. And any one of our moderators can come on and commentate and make it a little more personal for you guys. Everybody here is Team Space, and we work on many channels. Help us grow by subscribing. Even your just chatting on this channel helps. Leaving a comment on past videos helps. There's several ways to do things without having to spend any money. This stream is not monetized anyway. We're volunteers. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Gupta. We'll be looking for you again.
And on the subject of commentators, good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, everybody. I am Evan, another commentator for Astronomy Films, and I am prepared to commentate on today's Starship stream.
Well, welcome on, Evan. How are you this afternoon? It's probably late afternoon where you are.
Yes, it is late afternoon. It is just coming up to 7 o'clock for me. So my afternoon has gone well so far, and it is getting better because, well, we are watching Starship closely, and we may potentially see some more testing events occur today, but we are not sure yet. So it's just a waiting game, really.
That is for sure. What was your opinion on the little test that we just saw? Were you watching?
No, I was not. Just up until the past few minutes, I was unavailable because otherwise I would have been commentating for the past few hours. But I am now
Understood.
available and I'm ready to stream. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah, you might rewind and take a look at that. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, I only found out because Jay DM'd me. I mean, that's how I found out about the
Yes.
that event. And you are very welcome, Crafty Lobo. All of the credit for the commentary that you were hearing goes to Warhawk. He's an excellent commentator, very knowledgeable person.
I don't know about knowledgeable, but I can operate Google pretty good.
And I have just received a DM from Jay saying that SpaceX are in trouble because they never alerted residents at T-minus 10 minutes. Which either means the testing didn't require that, or that SpaceX are now in some big trouble.
Yeah, that was their deal, and we actually heard the siren after the test, according to Jay.
Yep, he sent me I think he sent us a video
He sure did.
titled Not Good. I haven't actually watched it yet. Because I'd have to download it, so I'll just copy and paste it and look through it and see what that video contains.
We have no confirmation of any flight time. They're just tentative from closures. Yes, that is correct.
That is extremely odd. What is shown on that video that Jay sent us? It's essentially a replay of what happened a few minutes ago, and that is odd indeed, and it's in good quality. I mean, I would trust Jay to export it in good quality, but there appears to have been some sort of engine test activity. It was definitely an engine static fire, but it only occurred for, if I just rewind to the first notice of static fire, which is approximately just coming up to 16 seconds, about 15.7 seconds. The engines fire for about 1.5 seconds, and we can see the resulting trail of clouds. And there's a piece of debris which comes flying out of the cloud, which does pass over the top tanks at the tank farm, at least from this point of view. I don't know how accurate that is. And I'm trying to see if we can trace that debris through the clouds by looking at it frame by frame. I'll send you a link on the chat if you want. I should probably send a link to the chat so they know what I'm talking about.
Correct.
But hang on, I'm gonna just send chat real quick what I'm talking about. In fact, Astronomy Films, if you're listening, I'll put this into on-screen assets. If we can we do that? If we can put this into on-screen assets, and I can show and we can show this video on air, because I just want to look through this video again in slowed down motion, because it shows some very odd test activity that was completely and utterly unexpected, because there appears to be some sort of debris which comes flying out of the cloud and passes over the tanks in the tank farm. I'm trying to trace that debris, see where it went. It's not moving at a huge velocity, so I don't reckon it's a chunk of the engine, because it essentially flies up, it's propelled slowly, and then the aerodynamics just hits it back down again. We can't display that on the stream. So if you want to click on that link that I've sent you in the chat, if you look at that, and I will show you, and that'll show you what we're talking about. But just at 19 seconds, it's that piece of debris, and there's actually a second piece of debris which appears to land or is fall behind part of the tank farm. So that could be potentially something to do with the engine. Now, from the video, there is no part of the Starship that appears dislodged, but there was definitely some debris which fell off the Starship, and we're not aware of what this is at this time. Please.
Your mic's cutting in and out a little bit.
Push to talk, not that's all it is. It's just push to talk being irritating.
I understand.
I think our mic's still on actually now, because the stupid button won't disable.
Yep, you're coming through.
Jay's gonna kill me, but I'm gonna switch to voice activity because my push to talk's glitching and I have no other choice. I'm going to get absolutely murdered. Thank you for sending that, Jay. What does that link to? Is that linked to the video? Okay, good. Jay has just sent a link to that video that he has sent us. For some reason, it didn't turn into a hyperlink when I sent it, but it did for Jay. If you go to there, then that is good. And the reason why I will go to that is because what typically ends up happening is that other streamers, people essentially come to us to watch the first part of launches, and then as soon as larger channels go live, they switch over to them, which is the truth at the minute. But hopefully, as we begin to build up viewership in the future, we should see more people sticking around, because this channel is great. No other way to put it. We have a great community and a great channel, and we want to keep that going. And Jay said not a Rickroll. I can confirm that video is definitely a Rickroll. It has Rick Astley dancing on top of a starship. The problem about it with the LabPadre video is that I don't know why specifically. I don't know whether it's because of their compression settings, but if you do look at I believe it's the pad cam, I don't know what's going on, but there's some extreme over sharpening which appears to be going on around the edges of objects. So if you look at that video, you can see it looks like a video that was recorded on a camcorder from the mid 2000s, and then somebody's just taken it into an editing software and just turned up the settings to like 200% in terms of sharpness, because it does just look like it's an over sharpened piece of mess. But that'll be because obviously CCTV cameras, which is what what they'll probably be using here, is like CCTV style like live cameras, which is specifically designed for that purpose, and they do have their limitations, and one of those limitations is the sensor quality, because these are much smaller sensors than those used in standard video cameras. They're like 2/3 of an inch sensors, which are they're like broadcast and CCTV standards. We don't know whether it's scrubbed yet. They might be doing a second static fire attempt. Watch the video that Rocket Launchers Today has linked in the chat, and that will show you some what happened earlier. And we'll show you the debris that flew from what we think might have been the engine or a part of Starship. It looks like stainless, but we don't know. I'm going to pull up some LabPadre video, and I'm going to rewind it, and I'm going to see if we can get that view in 30 or 60 frames a second.
Thank you for helping us translate, Natalia. That was special for you to do that.
I'm going to just bring up the LabPadre stream now and see if we can get any other view from any other angle. I doubt it. But if we could just see one single pixel from another point of view, then that might be enough. So it just all depends, that's all. Tell you what might have been able to show it. Sapphire Cam might have shown it. Perhaps. That
one's an awful long ways away.
Oh, it is, yeah. But it's because of the position of where the well, you can tell because the atmosphere is distorting the image horribly. But
yes,
it might be able to show it just because of how cropped it is. I wonder what camera sensors they use for some of these cameras, because obviously it will vary between them. But they won't be using CCTV cameras like just buy them off the shelf, but they'll be using like professional grade live stream CCTV cameras.
I
believe
LabPadre has that up on their website, the lenses and the filtering and all that they use.
I mean, I imagine they would, because it's probably the most common query. I'd imagine that a lot of people ask them that. LabPadre.com. So, when did the actual static fire occur? When did that happen? Like, in terms of time? Let me just bring up the time marker on this. It was occurring at local time 12:28:30. So I'm going to rewind the footage to that. I don't.
Mr. Gupta, we cannot increase the size of the video. We are required to run a background. That's our agreement with the parent company.
So, annoyingly enough, Starfire camera was turned as that event was happening, it appears. So, it doesn't actually capture any view at all. It's turned to view the tank farm and Starhopper, which is really annoying me. Let me check Nerdle. Let's just see if any camera caught it. Is Nerdle even live?
The pieces that you see coming off of Starship are most likely ice from the shockwave of the partial fire.
Jay's telling me to try Predator. Good point. I will try Predator just once I've rewinded, find the static fire on some different camera views, then I will try Predator. Because I don't think we got a point of view from... okay, we might have it on... We've got it on Nerdle, but I don't know whether we actually captured the... I'm going to look at it in 1440p, see if I can find anything. Oh, how is my... I don't even know how my internet's putting up with this. Normally it would have a hissy fit. Right. We do have ignition, and then... I think we might be able to sight the debris in that. Oh, unless it's obscured. So, looking at the Nerdle right now, I'll just give you a visual commentary on what I can see. So, the engines definitely did ignite. That's obviously confirmed. The cloud dissipates. Those nitrogen thrusters on the side fire. And then we do get like 1 or 2 frames where we do see something moving in the background. A black speck moves across the image. I'm just trying to see if we can get a better point of view. We don't know which side it was on. Oh, there it is. I found it in the video. So, actually, the debris is blown through the cloud because I found the So, essentially, it comes from the bottom of the cloud. So, we have to watch the bottom of the cloud to see whether it is visible in any frames at the bottom of the cloud. It's obscured by the cloud, and then the first frame that appears is at 12:28:53. And it disappears behind the cloud again, then floats in front of Starhopper, floats in front of the tank, and lands on top of the tank. Then blows off of it again and lands on a dirt pile. So, that looks to actually have been from near to the engine. And it looks to be quite metallic, the object, but it's hard to see. But from Nerdle, what you can see is that it's blown by that cloud of engine, by the engine exhaust. I'm just trying to trace it exactly. If I play this back in 0.25, in fact, is that the slowest I can go? I think it is. I don't think YouTube offers anything slower. If I play it back in 0.25, those engines ignite. It is not visible within any of the first frames. So it must have been blown out late during the test. So the problem with these cameras is that they only run at about 30 frames per second. I think these are 30 frames per second. The issue with that is that it means that we struggle to capture really high frame rate, slow motion detail. So it's hard to see, like, say if a piece of debris was visible at 60 FPS, we've got half the frames at 30. So it's quite hard to find anything at all. And I don't think we have it. I don't think we can tell where it's from. There's just not enough video evidence to show where it actually is from. What I can say is it emerged from the lower part of the cloud. So I'm guessing it's part of the truss structure. Or it's part of lower Raptor or the mount. And it doesn't look to be a huge chunk. It looks to be about a medium-sized chunk of metal. I'll send a screenshot of what is visible from my point of view. And we have news that Elon has tweeted. We shall be reading that out soon. I'm just bringing up the frame of the static fire to show everybody what the hell I'm talking about.
Mr. Gupta, he's talking about the Nerdle cam from a LabPadre. He's looking at a separate feed, rewinding and giving us a visual description. And he's gonna give us some artwork here in a minute, peruse.
So just scrolling through, it happened at 12:28. So, oh, what? I'm way too far ahead at 12:40. Right. So I'm going to provide the commentators with a screenshot of what is visible, and then I'm going to send the screenshot that I send them to you guys in the chat and show you what I'm talking about, because we currently cannot display stream overlays. So I'll send it in the chat if you want to view it. But it definitely does appear to be some kind of debris. And then the static fire occurs at there.
Thank you very much for posting that tweet, Natalia.
Right, I'm gonna send.
It looks like we're going to reset and try again, huh?
Right, it's definitely metallic. It's giving off. It's not ice. It's something of looks to be stainless steel. It's reflective. Okay. And it looks to be about the correct thickness. I'll send a screenshot to the mod chat. And then I'll let you guys...
Mr. Gupta, I don't think that was just 2 engines with 1 to go. I think that they're trying for a full 3-engine burn. So the fire that we'll see during a full test will be magnitudes larger than what we saw for that partial test.
So if you look into the chat, I have just sent, I forget the stream is delayed, but if you look into the chat, I've just sent an attachment of the debris. It is visible at the left-hand side of the cloud.
All right, I'll take a look.
I've sent it in Discord chat too. That one might be a bit of... No, it'll be the same quality because I've just sent a direct Discord link.
Yes, I can see the chunk that's coming out of the cloud there. And it's quite large. It's quite large.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And I'm not sure what that could be.
Yeah, it's like a 1/4 meter square.
Very curious. I wonder whether anybody's pointed that out. From what I can see, nobody on LabPadre streams or anything has pointed that out yet, so... Yeah, I guess we're observant over here at the Astrofilm streams. There's a drone... There's a drone doing inspections right now, according to LabPadre sources. gonna look at the other cam views. Jay told me ages ago to check Predator cam, so I will check Predator. I will check Predator cam. See what we can get on that, although we won't get anything. Is Predator cam live? Yes, it is. There we go. Did it have the overlay? They do. So, we are going for 12:28 on the Predator cam.
Natalia, has anybody seen my wrench?
So we can confirm we got the static fire on Predator cam, which is good news. We also got it in how delayed is the Predator cam more delayed than other cameras?
I'm gonna get
by
you
any
that
chance?
screenshot. I'm gonna get you that screenshot.
Are you talking about which screenshot? Of Predator cam. I'll provide it once I can actually find the static fire. I don't know whether Predator cam's delayed, but at the minute I actually can't find the point where the static fire occurs for some random reason. I have absolutely no idea why, but I can't actually find the static fire because I think Predator cam's delayed. You can clearly see where Starship is on it. Well,
this is
clearly in
the
all the
screen. This is the screenshot that he's talking about. You'll see the debris coming out of the cloud on the far left.
Yes, thank you for sending that.
Oh, no problem.
That's
no
the
problem.
screenshot. So
I
that's
have
what we
about
observed. Very weird.
I have about 10 more minutes before I reach a hard point. I have another commitment on another live stream that I must go to at that point.
That's quite alright. Oh, we did get it. We got it on Predator. We got it on Predator. Predator is actually anti-delayed, if that makes any sense. Predator's either Predator's clock is wrong or Predator's delay is less than that of the visual cameras. Because Predator static fired almost a minute earlier. So we got an extremely hot ball of expanding cloud. That's what we'd expect. And what as I was expecting, there was absolutely no debris on the cloud because why would there be? Predator captures everything in its glorious 240 pixels. So I guess we're going to switch to Sentinel camera and see what this has got on there. See if we can get as long as we can get it from as many angles as possible. That's a good thing. I don't know if we got anything on Sentinel cam. It's currently focused on the road, so we might not have got anything on. Stand by for an update when I find it.
Looking at your still shot, Evan, it almost looks like it's only one Raptor that's firing. If you look in your still shot,
It does. In fact, do you want me to send you a slightly earlier shot that should actually show that it is definitely only one Raptor?
if you send it,
if you send it, nothing on Sentinel. Nothing. On
if you send it to me, make sure and post it in the chat so others can see too.
Yeah, I'm just sending it to you first, and then I'm sending it to everyone first because I'm just checking to see what the mods think of it, and then I'm sending it to everybody else. And the reason why is because of that stream delay. It doesn't make sense if I send an attachment and then explain it 30 seconds later.
Correct.
So let me bring up Nerdle. Okay, I'm gonna go back onto Nerdle, and I'm gonna send you a screenshot of just the 1440p. Because my computer would die if I streamed 4K.
All right. If you just post it here on Discord, I can transfer it over to the chat stream.
All right. First of all, though, the main priority is actually finding that moment.
Did my Discord link come through, Jay? Is it a good link, or am I just shooting in the wind too?
Oh, okay. My links in chat aren't going through. Warhawk's links, I think Warhawks are going through. So my links aren't going through, guys, but Warhawks are, and the reason why is because Warhawk's a moderator and I'm not yet a moderator. Cries in no moderator. So here's the noodle cam. It occurred at 12:28 and 50 seconds.
All right. I'll make sure and get that over to him when I get it up here on Discord. You'll have to post that for me on Discord.
I will be sure to. So sadly, as with pretty much every CCTV camera on the planet, these cameras are not high frame rate. They're okay frame rate. They're 30, I think they're 30 FPS. Judging by the quality, they're 24 or 30. They're good, but that's just like average YouTube, either 24, 30, or 60. But ideally, they'd be. I mean, it's impossible most of the time for live streams because it just sucks your bandwidth so fast. But 60 FPS gives you twice the frame rate. Oh, it's totally a single engine Raptor. I'm going to send you 2 screenshots. One of the first moment of ignition. It shows that it is totally a first Raptor. I'm just finding the frame of ignition.
RLT, I'll be over there in just a few minutes to help out.
So if it was a multiple engine ignition, we would be able to see. There we go. I've just sent the screenshots. And Warhawk, if you can send it to everybody else, because I'm not allowed to send screenshots.
Yeah, we'll
I'm not allowed to send them.
We'll fix that.
Can't you see that you can see in the screenshot that I've sent that it's a single engine? Because we'd be able to see the free. It was free.
Well, thank you, Smacky, for the compliment. That's what we thought too. That everything it looked kind of stale just looking at the screen and typing in the computer, and this makes it a little more personal.
And Warhawk has just sent that link.
Yeah, I sent your first one. I have not got to a second one yet.
I have not sent a second one yet. I'm
Okay.
searching for the best moment to send.
There
Unfortunately, that truss structure on the test stand blocks the engine, which is incredibly irritating. But I do think, from what we can see, the plume is very narrow. I think it's just one engine.
That's what it looked like to me. Of course, we have no facts, but that was
yeah. This is all just guesswork.
What it looked like.
It's educated guesswork. It's pretty good guesswork. We tend to be pretty good. And actually, may I point out with that screenshot that I've sent, the white bit is not part of the stand. The white bit in between those holes in the stand is not part of the stand. That's the engine flame. Judging from that, would you say that it looks like a one-end Raptor static fire? Because I definitely say that's a single Raptor.
Oh, I do too. I think so.
That's one exhaust plume.
I think that's the consensus at this point, but time will tell. And on that point, I have another commitment that I need to get to. So I'm going to head off of here and leave everybody in Evan's hands. And I will probably be on the next stream and do some more commentary. I'm glad you guys enjoy the live commentary versus the text. It makes it easier for me to moderate as well. We will talk to you soon. Warhawk is gone.
Thank you very much for being a part of this live stream, and you have brought the commentary to life today, so thank you very much for joining us.
Bye for now.
Goodbye. So it looks like you are just left with me, and people are asking the new commentator. So if you're talking about me by the new commentator, I mean, New. I mean, I've been here since the start of the commentary team, but yes, that's right. Yes, I'm from the UK. And if you have any more questions, try to keep them space related. But if you have any space questions, could be about Starship, SLS, any events going on in space right now, be sure to put your questions in the chat, and I will have them answered. And I'm just bringing up a view of that static fire from the LaunchPad camera, which is LabPadre's relatively new camera. And it looks like we have audio on the stream of some event which appears to be going on. Okay, so rewinding back to the static fire, or at least attempted static fire that occurred, I'm just going to send this the last remaining angle to analyze, because we're trying to find out what that random piece of debris was. And this is the last remaining angle to look through to find out what that debris was. Now, I'm not a mod, so I actually can't send... I actually can't necessarily send the link to that screenshot, sadly. But if one of the mods could send it for me, that would be good. And we did capture that static fire on that lovely pad camera. Okay, we have got the moment of ignition captured on that camera. The cloud starts billowing out, and then all of a sudden there is a piece of metal fragment which comes out of the rear of the cloud. However, there does appear to be a hole in the cloud created by what I can only assume is the piece of metal itself. I don't know whether that's just some force of gas, but what I will do is just send a screenshot, and I will just use some very crude snipping tool, black pen, just to send that. There we go, I've sent that. Okay. Well, looks like I can't show you that screenshot, sadly, because well, nobody who is online has access to moderator role. If you're a mod that who just so happens to be watching the stream right now, please send me a DM on Discord so we can get that screenshot sent to everybody on the stream. But I actually can't send links because links are disabled. But I do have a screenshot showing where I believe our first sighting of that piece of metal is, where it actually creates a hole in the cloud. And what then happens from there is once it creates that hole, it then plunges back into the cloud, and then the force of that expanding cloud and shockwave pushes it back out. And then that's when we get it visible on both camera views. So we still do not know what the debris actually is. We can only wait for confirmation.